Test, test. Morning, everyone. I'm losing my mojo here. This is 9:37. Welcome to the Will County Board meeting for January 19th. I'll call this meeting to order. Board Member Trenier, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. And in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King, would you all join me in a moment of silence? Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Balich. Here. Trenier. Yes, Dean Schlattman. Here. Van Dyne. Present. Pretzel. Here. Butler. Here. Newquist. Here. Richmond. Here. Parker. Here. Williams. Here. Diaz. Winfrey. Here. Coleman. Logan. Here. Freeman. Present. Revis. Here. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Here. Mueller. Here. Costa. Here. Ogala. Yeah. 19 present. And Raquel is here. Raquel, sorry. Mitchell.
20 present, 2 absent.
With 20 members present, we have a quorum. I need a motion to place on file the certificate of publication. Motion by Trenier, seconded by Freeman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Coleman's here too.
And can we please add Natalie Coleman to the roll?
Balich. Yes. Trenier. Yes. Dean Schlattman. Yes. Van Dyne. Yes. Pretzel. Yes. Butler. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Richmond. Yes. Parker. Yes. Williams. Yes. Winfrey. Yes. Coleman. Yes. Logan. Yes. Freeman. Revis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Ortiz. Yes. Berkowitz. Yes. Mueller. Yes. Costa. Yes. Ogala.
Yes. 21 affirmative.
With 21 in the affirmative, the motion carries. I need a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the December 5th, 2022 reorganization meeting. Motion by Van Dyne. Seconded by Trenier. Previous roll call by Balich. Seconded by Costa. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I need a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the December 15th, 2022 board meeting.
Motion, Dean Schlattman.
Motion by Dean Schlattman, seconded by Revis. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Ortiz. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I need a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the December 15th, 2022 executive session. Motion by Trenier, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Ogala. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, will you please acknowledge the elected officials and media present today?
For elected officials, we have County Executive Jennifer Bertino-Tarrant, County Clerk Lawrence Daly Ferry, Coroner Lori Summers, Auditor Duffy Blackburn, Recorder of Deeds Karen Stuckel, and Treasurer Tim Brophy. And for the media, we have Michelle Mullins from the Daily Southtown.
Thank you. Are there any, we don't have any proclamations today. At this time, we are having our public comments for today's agenda items. Anyone for today? You know, yeah, we're going to, I know it's not on the agenda, but I know Mark Schneiderwin from the Farm Bureau would like to come up and say a few words.
Would like to thank you for your time here this morning, and I will have with me our President Steve Warwick Sr. from over in the Moni area where he farms, and then Luann Matejcek is our secretary, and she's from the Homer Glen area where they farm up there. Last month, you passed a proclamation in support for agriculture allies here in Will County. And we're here to say thank you for that and present the county with a plaque back for showing your support for us in agriculture. Our members and our local farmers wanted us to come back and say thank you for your support for agriculture, because agriculture is a main economic engine here in Will County, and we appreciate your help and support for doing that as well. So at this time, we would like to go ahead and present that plaque to you. The plaque has got the Will County logo as well as the Will County Farm Bureau logo. Yeah, take a picture.
Quick picture. Let's get in the front of the.
In front, sure.
Let's get in front. Yeah, you too, Mark. Spread ourselves out. Judy, you want to hold? Yeah, I guess you can hold it too. Whatever you want to do. Great seeing you, Mark.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment, anything on the agenda? All right. All resolutions and ordinance from the December 15th, 2022 board meetings have been signed and returned. And at this time, under new business, we are going to invite our Answer Advisory Group. These are the folks who are working with us on ARPA, and since we have a new batch of folks here, we thought it was a good idea to give you a overall summary of what has taken place and what is going on. I can tell you they have been a force to work with. They've been really good to work with. They've answered a lot of constituents' questions when our board members call. The goal is to help. We have $134 million to get out in the community. That's not an easy task, and I've been really grateful for the work they've done. So with that, it's yours.
Well, thank you, County Executive, and I should bring you everywhere with me, especially with my boss sitting in the back. But really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all this morning. Great to see some of the same faces. Happy New Year, and to those new faces, congratulations, and we look forward to getting to know you all more. We promise to try and keep ARPA compliance and planning as exciting as it can be. If you do need sleeping material, we're more than happy to send you the 1,500-page bill and final rule that goes along with it. Just feel free to reach out to Anna. But really wanted to take the opportunity this morning to really highlight all the work the board, the executive's office has done over the last year and where we've been to where we are today. And then kind of really identify some key objectives that we want to accomplish in 2023 that ultimately allows us $134 million to make a great impact in our community. And we're already starting to see that benefits, towards the tail end of 2022. So I will, next slide real quick. Who am I pointing out for next slide? Beth, thank you, Beth. I did want to take a quick opportunity just to highlight the faces that are frequently walking your hallways. So if you see one of us, please do not hesitate to stop us, ask us any questions related to ARPA. Mark Atkinson, out of all of us, our Chicago-based team or a Will County-based team, you'll see us, we work out of your offices. So again, please don't hesitate to reach out, whether it be Mark, myself, Anna, Sabrina, or Chase, whose face is hidden here on the screen. But we're always here to support and offer any assistance, answer any questions related to a specific project or just ARPA in general. And so a little bit about us. My name is, again, Corey Burback. I'm here joined by Anna Sitton. I head up the operations of our national ARPA practice. We assist over 50 counties and cities across the country with a little bit over $1.5 billion of ARPA funding with compliance and strategic planning related activities about how we can best distribute these funds and expend these funds to mitigate the effects of COVID and revitalize our community. For those of you who are familiar with the CARES Act and the transition to the American Rescue Plan, the CARES Act was really about how do we, get money into the community as fast as possible to mitigate the events of the pandemic. The American Rescue Plan is a longer timeline that we kind of phrase more about regrowth, right? Making reinvestments within our community. So, ahead of turning it over to the brains of the operation, Anna, again, just want to remind you all that we really appreciate the opportunity that to be here this morning. And I'll let Anna kind of highlight all the great things you all have done in the last year.
Great, thank you. Thank you. All right, as Corey mentioned, my name is Anna Sitton. I'm the program manager that supports Will County in the facilitation and implementation of the American Rescue Plan Act. My background is primarily local government. I joined from a neighboring county, starts with a D. So my background is with local government, so very much so appreciate and have a passion for this work and appreciate all that you do to support the efforts in facilitating these federal funds. So as you know, the American Rescue Plan allocated $134 million to Will County to support the resiliency and recovery efforts over the course of the next 4 years. Will County is expected to identify how all of the projects and funds will be expended by the end of 2024, with all of the funds expended and projects closed out by the end of 2026. So in order to guide this large pool of money, the executive committee, in conjunction with ANSWER staff, separated the funding into pillars or programs. So I'll take next slide. So this is a visualization of where the money is on a very high level. So ANSWER staff worked with executive leadership about a year ago to execute some strategic planning, identify priorities, and get a better understanding of the impact the pandemic had on community members across the county. So as a result, these pillars were identified and funding was allocated to each of these so we could move forward with a framework and identify how to engage with the entities that may be interested in or eligible for these activities and drill down really into get a better sense of the evaluation and prioritization for each of these. So infrastructure received $47.5 million, health $28.5, economic development $23.5, unmet needs just over 18 million, and revenue replacement 10 million, and admin 6.1. So briefly, infrastructure, the programming under the U.S. Treasury allows for clean water and drinking water infrastructure improvements. Health is focused on stabilization of existing systems and increase or closing the gaps on areas of inaccess and equity that were identified through the pandemic. Economic development focused on housing, childcare, and small business development. Unmet needs are local units of government that received formula allocations. And revenue replacement is dedicated as a set aside for county projects. I can provide more information on that through the presentation. And then admin is to facilitate all of these projects over the course of 4 years, the admin activities associated with each of those. Next slide. So with those pillars being identified, we took an approach, we kind of call it both a science and an art. So an art in working with the individuals to identify the impact they experience within the community, but a science in the way that there's a framework for each of the projects being evaluated and the engagement that we go out to the community with. So these 3 items here, management, compliance, and impact, are incorporated into the process for each of these projects as they are evaluated, identified, and considered viable for funding. So compliance, we first and foremost have to ensure that it's eligible under the U.S. Treasury regulations. We want to ensure that there's someone available for long-term monitoring compliance with that project and the expenditure of those federal funds. We ensure that they are able to report quarterly per the U.S. Treasury, and we also ensure that there's no duplication of benefits so that federal funds are not supplanted or duplicated in their efforts, that it's really targeted for a specific project and you're using your funds wisely and efficiently. Management, so working with those subrecipients, those project points of contact to ensure that they have the leadership, staff, capacity, sustainability to ensure that this project can be facilitated effectively and efficiently on behalf of the county as the recipient of these funds. We also want to make sure, and it was a priority of the county, that these are sustainable. We don't want to set up an agency or a local unit of government for a project that then they can't carry on for themselves, or that would encumber additional debt or undue burden. And finally, impact. We want to ensure that the funds are reaching those that were most disproportionately impacted as a result of the pandemic. So identifying those beneficiaries in low-income communities, specifically our qualified census tracts, which are based off of the number of individuals and the income levels within that community. And then focusing on the unincorporated areas within the county, because that's what ultimately allocated the funds to the county in the total based on that population. So all that to say, there's a great deal of framework surrounding the implementation of these programs with a overview of that. Thank you. Next slide. So as Corey mentioned, there's been a lot that's happened over the last year. I feel like we've been going at a sprint since this started. So you kind of see here some high-level points. As we mentioned back January, February, we worked with county staff or county leadership for strategic planning, and the outcome from that allowed us to move forward and start the engagement process. So communicating with community leaders, foundational partners, organizations, and local units of government to identify those impacts and areas that were in need of funds. The unmet needs pillar was our first that was initiated. So as I mentioned, each one of those local units of government, townships, fire districts, library districts, and parks all received a formula allocation. So each one of those, totaling 108, got funding and are still in process of identifying eligible activities and receiving reimbursement for the impacts they experienced as a result of the pandemic. Through May into June and July, we opened a letter of intent for infrastructure projects to identify the breadth of the impact through the community. We received over 80 letters of interest, totaling just around $1 billion worth of impact. So ultimately, the goal through all of this process, both in engagement and identification of projects, is to fully understand the breadth of the impact as a result of the pandemic, so that in the event there's additional funds or other opportunities, the county has this information to support their constituents and organizations for the long term. The health pillar was the first competitive grant application that opened in September. It closed in October. We got over 100 applications totaling around $94 million worth of requests. Again, a true understanding of the impact experienced by the community. And that was for about $18 million worth of funds available. And then as you can see, it's covered up, but the end of the year, we opened the economic development application that closed at the end of December, and we've just now opened the infrastructure application for the clean water, drinking water, and other infrastructure activities. So for those of you that may be interested, please do get the word out. That is open and active as of right now. Next slide, thank you. So some high-level program achievements. We implemented an evaluation criteria for each one of the pillars and the programs associated with each of those to ensure that we are addressing the impact, the feasibility, sustainability, and incorporating the prioritization that the county board or county executive committee had solidified over the course of 2022. We've had extensive engagement and outreach, as I mentioned, all of the applications received and the totals for each of those pillars. In conjunction with those, we hosted workshops, provided technical assistance upon request, have ongoing communication and open availability to those local units of government. And we have a website, we have email, we have social media, so a wide range of ways for folks to get in touch and for the information to be communicated out. We have a framework complete for all of the pillars, with infrastructure being the last one that we will be identifying projects for. That closes February 24th. We've had ongoing quarterly and compliance reporting, so Will County is required to submit quarterly reports and providing information back to the Treasury, as well as an annual report, and that's our responsibility to work with the county staff to get that submitted on a quarterly basis. We've implemented a grant management software system to support not only the ARPA endeavors, but also the long-term sustainability of grant management for Will County. And of course, we've had ongoing education and technical assistance available to anyone who's interested in learning more about ARPA and any of the specific programs available. So again, I can't stress enough, please, if you have any questions or any constituents or folks that are interested in learning more, please don't hesitate to send them our way, and we're happy to provide more information. So again, just some high-level numbers here for program achievements. As I mentioned, 108 local units of government, as well as the Forest Preserve District, received $3.5 million. They will be implementing projects in areas that were our qualified census tracts, as well as infrastructure. So supporting your Forest Preserve District and connecting areas that are vital to low-income residents with trails and ensuring that there's access to water within those facilities. $11 million of the total unmet needs allocation has been considered eligible, and it's going out to those entities on a rolling basis for reimbursement. Health, $18 million, as I mentioned, is available for investment in the 4 primary categories of food stabilization, violence prevention, behavioral health, and equity initiatives. And the health department has a set aside of nearly $8 million, which they're actively moving through for staffing, prevention activities, programs, and improvements in technology and services. Economic development, we are really excited that we have $10 million invested in 4 college partners for addressing the nursing and teaching shortage, so educating and applying assistance to those students. We have 21 that are enrolled and potentially eligible, so they're going through the eligibility process right now for funding to be provided as soon as March 1st. So those partners are JJC, USF, Governors State, and Lewis University. And then $10 million is available for those open applications. We are currently in the review process right now. We expect those to be communicated in March. And then a final set aside was for the Center for Economic Development and Workforce Services for any additional initiatives to support areas that were impacted as a result of the community, and we're working through that engagement with those folks now. And then finally, infrastructure. Again, the application is open. We encourage anyone to take a look and apply across the board for any types of water, sewer, or drinking water or clean water projects. There's much more information on the website. We'll make that available to you in the notes after today. And then moving forward, so, 2022 was really very much so dedicated to developing the framework, identifying priorities, meeting with constituents and community groups. And now moving forward, we're going into the implementation phase. So we have applications that will be recommended for funding. We will, move those into the agreement phase and then implementation. So we'll be able to communicate that out in the next quarter or so. Target engagement for infrastructure projects. As I mentioned, Center for Economic Development, Workforce, partnering with those folks. The kickoff for the college collaboration. We're really excited that, again, 21 students and the colleges are very eager to get that out into the community. Those awards will be provided and dispersed to the health and economic development pillar projects. And then, of course, maintaining ongoing compliance, communication, and providing the outcomes as a result of the funds that were dispersed due to the criteria you all set. So again, reminder, end of 2024, we will know exactly where all the funds are going, and the program will close out at the end of 2026. So last slide. So all that said, goals here, we'll check back in at the end of 2023 with the expectation that we'll have publicized projects, outcomes, and impacts that we've been talking about through this 2022, solidifying all the projects under all the remaining pillars, ongoing compliance and management of those quarterly reports, executing all the grant agreements, coordinating resources and tracking projects. So if there's projects that did not get funded or may be suitable for other funding sources, making you all aware of those so that you know what's out there in the community within your districts. leveraging existing and new grants. So we know that there's a great deal of other federal funds available. IIJA is coming down the pipeline. So a lot of opportunity, both with what we're doing here with ARPA and then big picture for supporting the county and ongoing resiliency and recovery efforts. So with that, we'll close out. You'll see the last slide. Our lovely faces here again. Burn those into your brain, people. We're going to be here a lot. The website and how to contact us. We do also have an email for ARPA. It's arpainfo@willcounty.gov. So that's a central mailbox that's checked by several individuals. So very quick and easy to get a response there too. So you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to Chair Pretzel for land use. Hold on, let me get you on, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Do we need to open public hearing?
Chair Pretzel makes a motion to open public hearing,
I so move, sorry.
second by Dean Schlottman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich? Balich? Yes. Trainier?
Does he want one of the, you want one of the devices?
Okay, we got it. Trainier is outside, okay.
Judy, do this.
Dean Schlottman?
Yes.
Van Dyne? Yes. Pretzel?
Yes.
Butler? Yes. Newquist? Yes. Richmond? Yes. Parker?
Yes.
Williams? Yes. Diaz? Yes. Winfrey? Yes. Coleman? Yes. Logan? Yes. Freeman? Yes. Revis? Yes. Mitchell? Yes. Ortiz? Yes. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Mueller? Yes. Costa? Yes. Ogala?
Yes.
21 affirmative. We are now in public hearing. Please be advised, absolutely no new evidence or information will be allowed once this land use public hearing is closed. Do we have any comment from public regarding any of the land use cases? If you do, you can come around right here and speak.
Covers the eye bags.
Good morning, Madam Executive. Good morning, members of the County Board. Nathaniel Washburn with KGG LLC at 111 North Ottawa Street in Joliet. I'm here on behalf of the applicant for zoning case 22-069. The applicant is Caleb Chemical. This is for a rezoning of approximately 20 acres. I believe it's 19.96 acres on Wilmington Peatone Road between 57 and 45. We went through Land Use Plan Commission and got a unanimous vote of approval. We went to Land Use Committee. There were some questions and concerns raised by the board. And at that time, we just weren't in a position to answer. New board, some growing pains, and we were not asked to speak and present at Land Use Committee. So I'm here today to articulate, hopefully briefly, what we're looking to do, why we're looking to do it, and answer any questions that the county board might have. So Caleb Chemical started back in 2015 out of the owner's own property. He expanded in approximately 2018 to a site existing in Peatone. It's approximately an acre or so of space, and they've outgrown it. They've got an opportunity to purchase, and they are under agreement to purchase approximately 19 acres of what used to be Bankston Tree Farm. At this point in time, they would like to use the existing facility. They do plan on improving it, paving the parking lot, doing some, bringing the buildings up to industrial or whatever applicable commercial code. And at that time, there's no plans to expand beyond the existing approximately 5 acres of developed parcel. The reason for the purchase of the entire 20 is as businesses grow, they need more space, so we'd like the It's a good location, and we'd like the opportunity to expand. I do know there were some questions. Staff's report indicated that we're in chemical manufacturing. That's not entirely true. This is a warehousing operation. And what we do is we ship in barrels of chemicals from, and these chemicals are coconut oil, other things that you would find in like Bath and Body Works products. So these are not hazardous chemicals. We're not bringing in toxic waste. We're not bringing in anything that would be particularly hazardous to a human being. Again, these are going into Bath and Body Works products largely. Outside of that, we have, the biggest concern that has been expressed to me is the zoning change. Why I-2? Well, the answer to that is approximately 9 months to a year ago, the county board decided that warehousing should be an I-2 or higher use. It was removed from I-1. My client would love to be in a category, whether it's I-1, some newly created category, commercial zoning. This is not an intensive use. This is not a particularly intrusive use. My client has 6 trucks. They, come in a couple of times a day. We're talking maybe 10 to a maximum of 20 truck trips a day. This is not an Amazon. This is not a massive warehousing operation. It's a smaller business that's looking to continue to grow and contribute in Will County. But we were left with no option other than I-2. And since we're working through a contract with the property owner, we need to get some parameters and some certainty as to can we move forward at this site, or do we have to explore other sites? And we would like to stay here. Our current facility is approximately 5 miles from this facility. So we don't want to move out of the Peatone area, and this seems like a good location for us. It's come to my attention that, going forward, the county board may be looking to explore other ways to zone and categorize this type of use. And my client is in support of that and would love and would volunteer to come in and downzone to any other zoning category the county board might set for this type of use. However, I would be asking today to take a vote on this, and I would be asking for support because while we understand that I-2 can scare some people, we weren't left with any other option, and this is the position we've been put in to have to ask for I-2. Not that this is going to assure everybody, but the balance of the property outside of the approximately 5 developed acres will continue to be farmed, and I believe our arrangement is to let the existing farmer who's taking care of the Bankston Tree Farm continue to operate that property. So there'd be no plans for an expansion anytime, for the near foreseeable future. Obviously, we're buying it with potential future expansion, but for the next probably 5 or so years, there wouldn't be any real expansion of the scope of the operations. And again, I'm here, and Dale Coleman, the CFO of Caleb Chemical, is also here. However, he recently had ankle surgery, so if there are questions, I can bring him down, but I didn't want to have him wheel himself down if there were not any questions for him. But I'm here to answer any questions should members of the board have them.
If you have a question, please press your button and we will get them as they come in order. All right. County Board Member Butler.
So do you have a list of the chemicals that would be stored on that property?
I do not have an exhaustive list with me. I can ask Dale to come down and provide a list. It is listed on our website, and I believe staff had that list, and it was included in either as an attachment to the staff report, but that information has been provided to the county staff. Additionally, because this came up at Land Use Committee, it's in the Peatone Fire Protection District, and our existing facility is inside of Peatone under the same fire protection district. They have an exhaustive list of our chemicals and plans in place should there be any, accidents, spills, what have you. They've already got all of our info, and we have not had any issues, any incidents, and it's my understanding that we have a very good relationship with the Peatone Fire Protection District, and they have not made any comment, to the best of my knowledge, on staff's report.
I have one other question, and it may not be for you, it might be for someone else, but I'm still unclear as to the limit of expansion under the I-2. So if you're having to go to I-2, which is more than you need, how much room for expansion and what does that encompass?
I can answer that in part. If we zone the entire 19.96 acres to I-2, my client would be able to develop the entire 19.96 acres under I-2. I explored with staff the idea, could we administratively retract that to just the 5 acres? I was told that based on the legal description we provided, without taking this all the way back to the start, that wasn't an option, and that's why we've continued to move forward, because again, we are, in a contractual relationship with the property owner. We have their consent to approach the county board for this zoning, but we don't technically own this, and should the zoning not go through, that could, end up ending that deal. So it is potentially out to the whole 19 acres. What I can say is if a new zoning category came available, we would rezone the entire 19.96 acres to a lower zoning category if and when available.
So I guess I'm more concerned with, does the zoning allow for like a fuel depot to be put on that, where you would fuel up on the site and fuel would be stored on the site?
I don't know the answer to that. That would be a question for staff.
And again, we're gonna stick to the, will this help, I mean, we have to stick to this case right now. We can get those answered, those are just general questions about knowledge about the I-1 and I-2, but any other questions regarding, to this gentleman, regarding this particular case?
Right.
Okay.
I know you,
That's,
okay. County Board Member President, yeah, you're the chair, so we'll always go back to you.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Madam Executive. First of all, I owe you an apology for not formally inviting you to speak at our committee meeting. It was not intentional, so please accept my apology on that.
No apology necessary, I understand.
But my question's for you, or maybe just a point of clarification. So are you saying that Caleb Chemical's already doing pretty much the same thing in Peatone, only 5 miles away?
Yes,
So you're just looking to move and you just need a little bit more space?
absolutely.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. County Board Member Berkowitz?
Thank you, Madam Executive. I think my questions are mostly addressed by staff, but I did want to ask you to just clarify. You mentioned that if a new zoning category were to be presented in the future, if we were to define something specifically for this type of use, you would be willing to have that property rezoned, and it would be the entire 19 acres?
Yes, if a new category became available, my client has expressed to me he would absolutely be willing, again, assuming that our use fits in that category. If the category doesn't apply to us, obviously we can't make use of that. But as long as our use fits into the newly defined category, we would be willing to do that. And while I understand per statute, you cannot condition a zoning request, after the fact, I would be more than happy to, and I believe my client would be happy to sign any agreement or put a letter on file that we are willing to acquiesce to a zoning change, whether it be done administratively if possible, or if it has to come in on our own request, we will sign an agreement that we will come in once that category has been made available to us.
Okay. And are there any particular hazards for the chemicals you have? I found the list. Dan, it's on page 2 of the agenda. Dan, if you look at page 2, it lists the items, like Loramid, MEA. Are there any hazards with those particular materials, any environmental?
My understanding is that the types of chemicals we use are not necessarily in and of themselves hazardous. I believe the only thing that is quote unquote hazardous about any of them is a couple of them are flammable. But again, we have all of that on file with Peatone. They have the specs of what we have, but none of it, again, these are going, some of it's coconut oil. They go into Bath and Body Works products. So you think soaps, shampoos, and I can have the CFO of the company come down and speak to that if you would like, if that would make you, give you some.
I think that's great. I don't want to put them out. happy with your answer.
Not trying to overcomplicate it, but if you would like him to come down, it looks like he's coming down. I'm happy to have him address that.
He's pretty fast too. I hope he's got brakes on that walker. I think this is, and
I'll step out of the way for it.
no, but there.
Do I need to state my name? And Dale Coleman, 12009 Cash Linen Lane, New Lenox, Illinois. To answer the question about the particular chemicals, sorry, I lost my breath coming down. Yeah, none of the chemicals leave their container, which is really important. We are not a manufacturer in any way. We are a distributor and a warehouser. So the threat or the opportunity for any type of chemical spill is fairly non-existent, and that's why the Peatone Fire District is so comfortable.
Okay, great, thank you.
Does that answer your
I appreciate that, yeah. So my other question would be directed to staff.
Okay, we're gonna, is it?
It's regarding the zoning.
Okay, we're gonna, you guys stay up here, we'll get staff after. Anyone, County Board Member Trenier.
Madam Executive, I actually was just going to address Board Member Butler's question and point out where the chemicals were.
Okay.
I too have a question for staff.
Okay,
so
thank you.
I can hold.
Yep, County Board Member O'Gala.
Want to clarify, your current location is located within the village limits of Peatone?
Yes.
So the new location is in unincorporated Peatone Township.
Yes.
So while we can't just say it's the same thing because it's two different spots, although Peatone Fire would serve both locations.
Yeah, it would be the same use and it would be the same fire protection district. I do, and if I was misunderstood, I was not suggesting that it was the same zoning category. Obviously, it is currently in the village of Peatone under their zoning rules, and this would be under county rules, and, you know, the facility would be developed according to those guidelines.
Well, I just wanted to clarify because
Yeah.
there might have been some confusion.
Yeah, if
It's
somebody
still
thought we were
it's
in
still
unincorporated.
Peatone Township, just happens out our way, Peatone Village, Peatone Township, same kind of thing, but it's incorporated within the incorporated area of Peatone right now. We'll be moving to the unincorporated area of Peatone Township.
Yes.
Thank you.
That is correct.
County Board Member Ballage.
What I see here is a problem. What I see is a problem that goes back a couple of months. It's the same thing. We're putting a hardship on a business because our zoning changed. They're taking things out of warehouses out of I-1. And I said that when Homer Home got screwed a couple of months ago by changing C2 to I-1. It's the same type of scenario. It's not a problem, but we're creating a hardship on people by doing this. It's going to happen over and over and over again. We're going to have more and more cases like that because we did that. I said that at the meetings, and I said that at a meeting then. You know, so when people like this are going to just stand, now all of a sudden there's a question whether you want to have zoning of I-2 and that location for everything. When you sell the property, that could be anything in I-2. And that's where the problem starts. Because everybody's afraid of what will happen, you know, down the road. And if it happens, if you guys are selling the property, that's going to be I-2. What can go in there and replace? And we can't stop it. So our problem at the county is that we screwed up, in my opinion, by doing what we did, making warehouses out of I-1 and making it I-2. So I want to clarify that for all the new board members, that this is because we are screwed up. Thank you.
If I might say something briefly to County Board Member Balich's point, you know, again, we would have gone with a lower tier if available. And while I understand that I-2 is scary and that somebody says, well, you know, anything could go in here, my client is not buying this with the idea of flipping it anytime in the near future. We need more space. You know, we only have approximately, I believe, an acre to an acre and a half of space now, and we need this for our future expansion. We plan to invest and be there for the, you know, long term. I know I'm the attorney and you have to take everything I say with a grain of salt, but that is, you know, we wouldn't be investing in this property if we didn't want to be there for the long term. So I hope that while I-2 can be scary. The fact that we are looking to invest here and we are looking to grow here in Will County will put at least some people at ease that this isn't going to be flipped to some worse, more intensive use, tomorrow or next week. We do want to be here for the foreseeable future. So I hope that puts some of you at least partially at ease.
All right. We have some staff questions, if someone can come down from land use.
Would you guys like me to stay up here while staff answers questions?
You can, yes. If you want to sit down, sir, you can as well there.
Probably easier to get up a second.
I don't know who either. County Board Member Newquist, do you have a question for the attorney while we're waiting for them? Okay. All right, County Board Member Newquist.
The staff question so I initially voted in favor of this on land use for all the practical reasons that, were cited. But one of my concerns is, so if we give this I-2 zoning, then the concern is if the rest of the property is sold, how do we prevent that from becoming an I-2 also? I mean, do we have a legal leg to stand on, or are we opening the door for widespread I-2 zoning in that area?
All right, first, good morning. Brian Radner from the Land Use Department, Director of Development Services. I think the best way to answer that question is to look at the criteria that the zoning ordinance sets out for map changes. And that's how staff reviews that criteria, determines how the existing use, the proposed use, and what's occurring in the area fits in with that criteria and whether or not we recommend approval on a project. Now, with this project, we did recommend denial for this map change because staff believes that there's not a trend of development for industrial uses, that the comp plan would suggest that industrial uses are not recommended in this area. So that's how we reached that decision. And in the zoning ordinance, it says that you should consider existing uses, existing zoning classifications, the trend of development, the consistency with the adopted plans of the county, and then the LISA score. And another thing with this project, the LISA score suggested that this is still an active farmland. So with looking at all those, and that's how we came to our decision to recommend denial, with an I-2 zoning, it's quite possible that if this I-2 zoning was approved, that somebody else could come along and say, well, the county approved I-2 zoning there, so you should approve it here. So that was kind of a long-winded way of getting to your question, but that's I wanted to go through all that because I know it's important to this case.
Thank you. County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Brian, thanks for that information. So the Soil and Water Conservation District, they indicated that this is prime farmland. Conservation plan is highly recommended. However, I think this is a great project. I believe it's contained, whereas warehousing, it isn't. It's a small use. You said you have five acres. So here's my question. Can we change the zoning for those 5 acres and make it applicable to the current use, to that specific use? And then that way, if they decide, the business decides to relocate or perhaps to grow, then at that point in time, they would come back to us and we would address it at that time. But we are in a difficult situation here because we need that flexibility. So I hate to see a good, viable opportunity get dismissed because of this, which is basically a technicality. So how do we fix this?
So the Will County zoning ordinance is a document that's approved by the county board. So If the land use committee and the county board believes that changes should be made to the zoning code to permit such a use and maybe a different classification or an entirely new classification, then the land use committee can work on language to address that use. And then, eventually that would work its way back to the county board for approval and then adoption if that's what the board wanted to do. So,
How
we
quickly
always
can
look
we
at the
do that?
underlying zoning, and right now the property is zoned A1. If that was the classification that you thought was appropriate, then there are special uses that are allowed in A1 zoning district, and maybe you thought this use would be appropriate. So you might want to look at that type of change. Maybe you think it's I1 zoning district and a special use. Maybe you think it's permitted in I1 zoning. Whatever it is, it's something that the committee would have to look at and then approve that language and then bring it to the board.
Okay, so I sit on that committee, so my next question is I know how they applied, which I guess can be a problem. How do we go back to this particular case and issue a special use permit and keep it in Ag 1?
Well, it already is zoned agricultural, so, that language would have to be available there for them to apply for. So, they could either move forward with this request right now, as the attorney had stated that they possibly are interested in doing, or they could withdraw their case and reapply for whatever the correct zoning is that the board determined in the future. We won't know what that is until the board deliberates the language and approves any changes.
So if we were to proceed today, the way it is, can we put that specification in there that it's for this particular
No,
use?
this is a map amendment change, and you cannot
okay.
condition it.
All right. How long does it take to create that appropriate zoning for this type of a business?
It usually takes a few months because the process is the committee wants to review language, which may take a couple of meetings, and then there has to be a public hearing, and then it comes back to the committee, and then it comes back to the board. And then once the ordinance is signed and it's approved and in effect, then the person could apply for it. But you're definitely looking at, a handful of months.
Julie, ordinances can be initiated by county board members.
No, I understand
okay,
that, but
all
this has been an ongoing issue, and we really need to address it. And
You're sitting right next to who can help you out there. And you want to go ahead. I thought you're not in there.
What are your thoughts, Frankie?
So I do think something like this is coming very soon, but that doesn't do them any good today. My question is for Mary or legal. They're offering to sign something that says if and when we do come up with the appropriate zoning for their business, they would quickly change. Can we do that? Can we have them sign something? And not even as a condition of this, just I'm asking you. So that we could let them continue to.
So, there's nothing binding right now, so, they have orally represented that. The other question as to whether something in the future would be legally binding is whether there'd be consideration for that. We will have already given the zoning, what are we giving in return to make that a legally binding agreement? I think I think the owner is a man of his word, but it's up to you whether or not you want to accept his word. That's basically what you're doing.
Understood.
County Board Member Butler.
Okay, sorry if this question's been answered, but when you were talking before, I couldn't hear you. So, but I just want to take this opportunity. When it goes to I-2, do they have not this company, but anyone, do they have the ability to manufacture chemicals on that property?
All right, no problem. Thank you. In the I-2 zoning district, you could manufacture chemicals. That would be a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
County Board Member Trenier.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Thanks, everybody, for being here today and trying to explain all this to us. I just keep looking at the page where staff's professional opinion is that the trend of development in the area remains agricultural, although several properties along Route 45 have been rezoned for commercial and industrial uses. The last map amendment, which is what we're talking about today, in that vicinity occurred 23 years ago, and it was a map amendment from C4 to I1 for Enbridge, which they're a pipeline company, right? We got pipelines running all over our country and our county, and without them, you wouldn't be sitting here today. You would have had to walk here, and you'd still probably be on Route 53. To me, you know, the Land Use Department goes through these 5 aspects that we are supposed to consider, and I would really like you to reiterate them once again. And if that map amendment doesn't match those 5, then under our current zoning, we can't, I mean, we could approve it, but we're not following our own rules. And I think that goes to Julie's point, and we've had this issue before, and Steve mentioned it. We moved warehousing out of I-1 because of the fact that we were afraid our whole southern part of our county is going to be run over by warehouses. And we also wanted to be able to approve things like storage facilities, which, you know, was the real issue in that particular case. It wasn't a true warehouse. So we moved warehouses to I-2, if I understand this correctly. I've only been on land use a couple of years. It's a pretty complicated subject, but could you please reiterate those 5 things that we're supposed to consider?
Yes, I can do that. And it is correct, warehousing used to be a permitted use in I-1, and that was changed last year and removed and then placed in I-2. So this is set out in the zoning ordinance, and not only is it in the Will County zoning ordinance, these are criteria that are in play across the United States. It's, you know, settled case law. Basically, we are looking at the existing uses of property within the vicinity of the subject property, the zoning classification of the property within the general area of the subject property, the suitability of the property for the allowed uses in the existing zoning, which is A1, the trend of development, the consistency or inconsistency with the officially adopted plans of the county, and then the land evaluation and site assessment findings done by the Will South Cook Soil and Water Conservation District.
Thank you very, very much. I think that kind of lays it out for us. It may not be what we'd like to do. I'm very much pro-business. I've always tried to vote that way. In my time here on the county board, I was a business owner for 17 years myself. We had cleaning chemicals. But, you know, our ordinance is what our ordinance is. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have 2 more questions, and I think we'll wrap it up here. County Board Member Ogala.
Thank you. So we're kind of doing this public hearing rather than not outside of public hearing, but so I'll continue. I just wanted to further clarify that Jackie did mention that one of the I-2 is Enbridge for pipelines, which we have all over in eastern Will County. In addition to that, the other one is an I-2 up in Andrews, which is a grain elevator. So it's ag, but they had to be I-2 because we have so much stuff. If you've been out there, taken the tour, there's a lot of stuff, so it had to have that classification. So I just wanted to clarify that that's the type of 2 that are out there right now with those I-2 zonings. So it's kind of different than any other I-2 zoning that might be else there as well.
Okay, County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I see that there's 2 buildings on this parcel. Are you using an existing structure, and are you building out at all?
We plan to utilize the existing structures. One of them will be an office building, the other will be the warehousing building. I believe if this is all approved, we would apply for a slight expansion of the warehousing building. I don't believe it's a large one. 3,200 square feet of additional space. We would be applying for a building permit to add that to the warehouse. But as far as the footprint of the developed area, which is the parking lot and the buildings, there would be no change in the existing footprint.
And again, this is 5 acres.
Plus or minus, I don't know the exact measurements, but I believe it's about 5 acres. Okay, so
Okay.
so I guess I misspoke. It would be
thank
3.5 acres we'd be looking at.
All right.
Madam Executive, can I make one quick
sure
closing
can.
statement before we move on?
You sure can.
Thank you. I do want to point out one quick thing that did come up, and it made a big difference at Plan Commission, and I wasn't able to articulate it to the Land Use Committee. While the LISA score and some of these other items did cause staff to recommend denial, one thing that the Plan Commission found persuasive was Will County DOT noted in the staff's report that they plan to expand Wilmington to Peatone Blacktop between 57 and 45 to 4 lanes. That is not something you typically do when the trend in development for that area is earmarked for residential or agricultural purposes. That is something you do for commercial and or industrial purposes. So that's why we believe, despite the fact that some of these development plans are a little dated and have not been kept up. I believe staff has mentioned at a previous meeting, they are working to update those long-term plans. We feel that with Will County DOT's plans for that area and some of the other things that are in the works, that this is more appropriate than on paper might seem based on the strict criteria that land use was using to evaluate it. So I hope, again, you take that into consideration when deciding how to vote. We appreciate your time this morning, and I would like to also congratulate all the new members that are now on the board, a lot of new faces. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else regarding any of the land use issues before us today who needs to speak? Okay. Yep. County Board Member Chair Pretzel makes a motion to close the public hearing, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Balich. Trainier. We're just closing public hearing. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Dean Schlappman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
22 affirmative. The public hearing is now closed. Chair Pretzel.
All right, number 1 on the agenda, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance adopted and approved September 9th, 1947, as amended for zoning case ZC 22067, Ernesto Marquez and Teresa Contreras, owner of record, requesting special use permit for the keeping of farm animals, in this case horses, for PIN number 2315-06403-0400000 in Crete Township, commonly known as 23824 Ashland Avenue, Crete, Illinois, County Board District Number 3, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Newquist. Previous roll by Mueller, seconded by Trenier. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 2, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance adopted and approved September 9th, 1947, as amended for zoning case ZC 22069, Daniel R. Bankston, owner of record, Dale Coleman, agent, and Nathaniel Washburn of KGG LLC, attorney, requesting zoning map amendment from A1 to I2 for PIN number 17202910000020000 in Peatone Township, commonly known as 10919 West Wilmington Road, Peatone, Illinois, County Board District Number 2, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Mueller. Any discussion? County Board Member Ogala.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify some things that were said here. That one, while I do agree that the use that this particular company will be doing on this property is not opposed to by the local residents, they are concerned with the fact that this is an I2 zoning classification. Once an I2 zoning classification is set in the area, it gives the ability for more I2s to come in. So while Enbridge is an I2 and Andrea's grain elevator might be an I2, the difference is that one is for pipelines, which we have in the area, and the other is for a grain elevator for grain, which we grow out in the ag area. So those are different. It would make sense that you would allow an I-2 for both of those locations. If you put an I-2 here, the property, which is much larger than 19 acres, it's owned by Bankston's Farm, they could then put something else there, which would be a true I-2 use. And so that would be my reason that I would not support this. In addition to that, with the statement being made that Peatone-Wilmington Road is part of IDOT's plan to become 4 lanes, IDOT has a lot, Will County DOT, sorry. Will County has a lot of plans for our roads for the future. Peatone-Wilmington Road is a main artery. Many of the semis that are currently coming from Wilmington to get to 57 and over in Indiana go that way. The Ileana Expressway was shot down, so Will County is looking at what can we do to make sure we have safe travel along this way, which would be beefing up this road. Out in the country, as you know, roads are, a mile square, right? So many of us live on a road that would be a major artery and could have the intention at some point of being expanded. So I wouldn't take that into I would not take that into consideration for this. So my thing is I would really be requesting that you guys do not support this because we bring in a zoning classification that is not right for that particular area. It's not an I-2 area. It is agricultural. The intent of the planning for the area is for it to remain agricultural. Granted, everything won't remain the same forever, but I would like for us to work at land use to come back with an ordinance that would be better suited for something such as this, something such as the storage facility in Homer, so that the I-2 is not there and doesn't allow other uses that probably wouldn't be liked by most people. Thank you.
County Board Member Ballage.
Yeah, I just want to repeat something that next month, we're going to have another one, the same thing with the zoning change. And there's going to be a legal objection from Mokina, but it's the same thing. So unless we fix this thing pretty quick, we're going to have stuff every month where we should be saying yes to something like this, but we're going to have to vote no. And every month this is going to happen. So, we got to really address this pretty quick.
Thank you. No more discussion, Madam Clerk, please. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a last minute.
And under the
You
bell.
did, cut right under the
Okay, really,
buzzer.
my initial objection to this project was that the community did not want, that the community was not informed well enough for my liking. So now I understand that the community, and I thought that the community was fine with it afterward, and then I understand now that they are not fine with it now. So would the community be okay with the condition? I don't know why. And I don't trust many people. I kind of trust what the guy says up there when he says, okay, we'll change it. When you change it to I-1, we'll change it, or whatever the new zone is going to be. I'm okay with it. So would the community be okay with that? I'm just asking.
There's no one here to speak on that, so we can't, yeah. Oh, okay, but I didn't, well, like you said, there's not people who are speaking on here you're going to be talking to one, are you asking for the, gotcha.
So because this is a local business, and in the farming community, everybody talks and everybody knows each other. So they know this particular business. They know what it is currently operating like in the village of Peatone, okay? They understand that the owners would like to expand to a larger property, which makes sense. They're doing a good job at what their business is. The issue is they're like, okay, well, I'm okay with this guy coming in. He's an I-2, okay? There is no guarantee in life that they will not sell this property in a month. And I'm not saying they will. But there's no guarantee in life that they won't sell this property in a month. And it's 19 acres, and then somebody comes in who wants to put a true I-2 business, very intrusive, into the area, and then also buy additional property from the farm that's available, right? So because of that, we have to look at this as a whole and make the determination one way or the other, however you guys want to vote. I hope you're going to vote no, in that we don't want to bring I-2 zoning here. We should take the time, go back, create this new zoning classification that will allow them to do what they will be doing, which is a very unintrusive type of business that would be okay with the farmers and residents in the area.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, with no further discussion, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala. 14 negative.
With 14 members voting negative, the motion fails.
Number 3, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance adopted and approved September 9th, 1947, as amended for zoning case ZC 22072. Manuel Gonzalez, owner of record, requesting zoning map amendment from R2 to R3 for PIN number 15081820202600000 in New Lenox Township, commonly known as vacant Washington Street, Joliet, Illinois, County Board District Number 5, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Trenier. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, was there discussion? No, sorry, that's, no. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
22 affirmative, the motion carries.
Number 4, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance adopted and approved September 9th, 1947, as amended for zoning case ZC 22071. Gabriela Sanchez, owner of record, requesting special use permit for truck terminal for PIN number 3007262010150000 in Joliet Township, commonly known as vacant property on Manhattan Road, Joliet, Illinois, County Board District Number 6, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Coleman. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, you got to press your button. I'm sorry. Discuss, yeah, yep.
This is on Washington Street, like, I don't know how to describe it. I think it touches Route 30, it touches Washington Street, and it touches, who said they lived here? One of you guys grew up on this street, didn't you?
It's south of there. The fire station on Briggs is north, just off of 80. This is south of there, just above Laraway Road.
So this is south of Laraway Road then?
No, it's north of Laraway, south of 80 and south of the Briggs Street Fire Station.
Okay. Would you like to vote? We did a previous, I mean, we've already voted on this, so would you like us to do a roll call, or would you like to change your vote?
I would like to be in the, yeah, I'm going to be in the.
Okay. So,
We should probably do a roll call.
we'll do a new roll call. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
For clarity.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
20 affirmative, the motion carries, and we'll be fine, but future, we should do a motion to reconsider the vote and second that, so we just, County, or Chair Pretchell.
All right, number 5, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance adopted and approved September 9th, 1947, as amended for zoning case ZC 22075. Ignacia and Jose Luis Galvin, owner of record Cecilia Galvin, agent requesting zoning map amendment from C2 to C3, variance for minimum street setback from Washington Street from 100 feet to 38.52 feet, variance for minimum street setback from Park Road from 100 feet to 30.57 feet to bring the property into conformance to operate automotive repair shop on the property for PIN number 3007131150010000 in Joliet Township, 1900 East Washington Street, Joliet, Illinois, County Board District Number 6, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
22 members in the affirmative. Motion carries.
All right, Land Use and Development Committee resolutions. Number 1, 22387, adopting and amending Will County Building Ordinance 150.002A, Number 6, Property Maintenance Code 2018 302.4, weeds. And I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Berkowitz. Any discussion? Yep. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
21 members in the affirmative. The motion carries.
Number 2, 23-1, authorizing extension of special use permit for zoning case ZC 20043, Steppen Company LLC, owner of record requesting a first extension of the special use permit for PIN number 0410121000400000 in Shanahan Township, commonly known as 23960 South Vetter Road, Elwood, Illinois, County Board District Number 1, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Dean Schlottman. We have, any discussion? We're gonna have to take a roll call, unless we can just, would you like to be a yes? Okay, so previous roll call with, including, County Board Member Balich by Berkowitz, seconded by Freeman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 3, 23-2, adopting the Will County 2023 Comprehensive Noxious Weed Work Plan, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Ogala, seconded by Newquist. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I get confused here. Take out County Board Member Galich. Thank you. Thank you, or Balich.
Number 4, 23-3, adoption of the 2022 Will County Preservation Plan, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Trinier. Any discussion? Previous roll call, or previous roll call by Freeman, including Balich, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Next Land Use and Development Committee meeting is scheduled for February 14th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. Chair Richmond, Finance.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I have the monthly financial report to place on file from the Illinois Department of Revenue showing sales tax remitted to Will County for the month of October 2022 to be $2,627,534.01. The RTA tax received is $3,007,670.19 for a total of $5,635,204.20. I also have the monthly treasurer's report for October and November 2022, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Mueller. Any discussion? Is there a motion for previous roll call? Winfrey, seconded by Pretzel. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, item number 2, resolution 23-4, appropriating grant funds and emergency management agencies budget, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Logan. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 3, resolution 23-5, appropriating funds in the circuit court's budget, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond. Second by Logan. Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, item number 4, resolution 23-6, appropriating funds from IDPH Student Loan Repayment Program grant into the Will County Health Department, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Costa, seconded by Diaz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 5, resolution 23-7, appropriating funds from the NACCHO Medical Reserve Corp. RISE grant into the Will County Health Department budget, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Mueller. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, number 6, resolution 23-8, transferring appropriations within various county budgets, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond, seconded by Newquist. Previous roll by Revis, seconded by Logan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 7, resolution 23-9, authorizing county executive to execute necessary documents for delinquent tax programs, and I so move.
Motion by Richmond. Second by Revis. Previous roll call by Logan. Seconded by Mueller. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, and that concludes my report. Our next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for February 7th, 2023 at 11 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Van Dyne.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Executive, and good morning, everyone in attendance. The Public Works and Transportation Committee has 9 items to consider this morning, starting with number 1. Resolution 23-10, confirming award of contract to K5 Construction Corporation, $8,155,286.37, 135th Street, County Highway 35 from Smith Road to Emily Lane, County Board Districts 4 and 9, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Ortiz. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
23-11, authorizing an IGA between the Village of Crete and the County of Will for placement of license plate reading cameras located on county highways in the County of Will, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Logan, seconded. Who said that? Oh, yeah. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Yeah, sorry.
Balich.
Yes.
Trainier.
Yes.
Dean Schlottman.
Yes.
Van Dyne.
Yes.
Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman.
Yes.
Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
21 members voting affirmative, the motion carries. Or, yes, motion carries, sorry.
23-12, authorizing an IGA between the Village of Peatone and the County of Will for placement of license plate reading cameras located on county highways in the County of Will, and I would like to make that motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Previous roll, you Feinstein, you are? No, right, yeah. Previous roll call by Pretzel, seconded by Logan, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
23-13, authorizing an IGA between the City of Joliet and the County of Will for placement license plate reading cameras. I so move.
Second Freeman.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Coleman. All in favor? Any opposed? That means you're still a no, yeah. I just want to make sure you're aware, yeah. You're on.
Resolution 23-14, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for engineering services for the 2023 Will County Bridge inspections. County Boards District 1 through 11, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Mueller. Previous Winfrey, would you like to be added to a yes that time? Okay. Previous Winfrey, seconded by Logan, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And Diaz.
Number 6, 23-15, authorizing the Will County State's Attorney's Office to proceed with condemnation cases regarding the county's improvements of Exchange Street, County Board District 3, and I make that motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Newquist. Previous roll call by Logan. Seconded by O'Gala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
23-16, authorizing approval of an amended IDOT County Joint Agreement for improvements on 80th Avenue, County Board District 4, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call. Any just Winfrey, seconded by Logan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 23-17, authorizing approval of the establishment of altered speed zone 608, and I so move.
Second Freeman.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Costa, seconded by Mueller. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
And lastly, 23-18, authorizing approval of the establishment of altered speed zone 609, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Previous roll call by Costa, second by Logan. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And our next Public Works and Transportation Committee meeting is scheduled for February 7th, 2023 at 9 a.m., and that concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member or Chair Freeman, Public Health and Safety.
Good morning. We had nothing to bring forward. Our next Public Health and Public Safety meeting will be February 14th, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Thank you very much. Legislative Committee, Chair Berkowitz.
Thank you.
Hold on, sorry, I turned you off. We're playing. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. So we met this month and we received an update from Smith Dawson. And for 2023, in the oh my gosh, the omnibus spending bill, I couldn't say that this morning. There were 3 projects funded in Will County. And one is Laraway Road. Another is a 1.34 mile expansion of the Route 53 bike path. And then the third is we received funding for the Fairmont Water and Sewer Transfer projects. So those are all beneficial to the residents of Will County. We're happy to hear about that. We appreciate their update, and our next meeting is on February 7th at 12 p.m. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Mueller, capital improvements.
Am I on? Great. Good morning, everyone. Capital Improvements Committee has one resolution to bring forward this month. So Resolution 23-19, authorizing the Will County Executive to execute a professional services agreement with Kluber, Inc. for design engineering services required for demolition of the former Will County Courthouse located at 14 West Jefferson Street, Joliet, Illinois, and I so move.
Motion by Mueller, seconded by Winfrey. County Board Member Coleman for discussion.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I had a question. This kind of goes back to the RFP for asbestos removal. I can't remember, but I remember it being a large number, and I need the number again. So if the number isn't what I think it is, this doesn't make any sense. But I believe it was $200,000 just to get a company to write the RFP. So now we have this situation where we need an RFP for the demolition. And is it beyond our capacity to write our own RFPs? Because if we're paying $200,000 for one, I would consider that to be a very nice salary for someone who could work year-round. We have long-term plans that we know things are coming up, and we're constantly paying consulting firms to write the RFPs, where we could create a job or even a small department with these funds that we're spending for each of these RFPs. Because like I said, we know what's in our plans for things that are need to be built, things that might need to be torn down. And that's my concern here, not so much that we need to keep moving with what we have, what was voted on as far as demolishing the courthouse. So my
Okay.
question is, why don't we have someone in-house that writes RFPs?
And well, it depends on, we do. I mean, it just
Okay.
depends on the issue. This is a very technical one. Just because it's a demolition, it's something that has to be done. It can't be done in an unusual way because of its location. Dave, can you answer anything more further on that? Would you like to come up? So most of the time when we go out for an RFP to do something, it's because it's beyond the capacity of what we can do in-house. It's a very technical or unique situation, so. But I'll let Dave kind of further explain.
Thank you, Madam Executive, and good morning to all Will County Board members, Madam Speaker, sorry. And in response to your question, and just following up a little bit further on what the executive just, her remarks, is just that. This is a very complex project. It's not as simple as to call in contractors to say, hey, demo the building. That building is very structurally significant. The site is very tight in terms of being able to haul the debris in and out and control the noise and the dust and the traffic in and out of the what will become the demolition site. And there are also a lot of other details involved in terms of the demolition process itself. And, you know, for example, I'll give you a couple examples. So if we were to just put this out, or if I were to put together a standard bid for building demolition, okay, it would not lend itself, or the results would not lend itself to apples comparison of the bids for building demolition. Just a few of the things that come to mind are whether or not, I mean, if we did not do this and we were not precise about how we identify what has to happen and how it has to happen, the bids would be all over the place, and we'd probably end up with a site that would be deficient in a number of different ways when all was said and done. A couple of things that come to mind are the ability to generate or to recycle concrete on site. We're not going to be able to do that because it's going to be too disruptive in the central business district. Noise, dust, traffic, et cetera. We've got a lot of traffic both on Route 53, which is Ottawa Street, and we've got a lot of traffic coming southbound on Scott Street. And so to be able to articulate that as just one of many examples of what has to happen. And if I may, I'd just like to cite a couple more things. I mean, the building has a basement in it, and so the basement used to house the county jail. And so when we tear down the building, okay, you've got a basement as you would in a house, right? So you'd have concrete foundation that goes down probably 20 some odd feet, okay, from grade. So what do we do there? Do we take the foundation walls out completely? Or do we cut the foundation walls down below grade? Do we bring in engineered fill to fill the void to accommodate a new building perhaps in the future? What is going to be the expectation for the site after the building's gone? Are we going to establish a rough grade and then fence in the site until that determination is made? Just a lot of things, and I could go on and on and on, but for the purposes of time, I hope I addressed your questions and concerns. So we're basically doing this so that we get reliable bids and that they're apples to apples from there's a lot of interest from a lot of different demolition contractors. So
you did answer the question I had. I just, the last bid was $168,000 for the asbestos removal. I'm not sure how much this one would be, but I just wonder, because I have my educator hat on, and I'm just wondering if these funds could be used to train our staff to be able to do what we're paying these consulting firms to do, because it's a learned skill, right? They have more knowledge about buildings and demolishing. Like, is it possible? It might not be possible, but we're getting, if this bid comes in at the same amount, that's $300,000 for two things, right? So how much money are we going to spend hiring consulting firms? If it's something that's beyond your office to do, I'm just looking at the dollar amount that we keep pushing out for RFPs. Do we need to find someone who can come in with, like, I guess, a more technical knowledge of things? Because $300,000 is a lot of money that we could use to educate and kind of like continuing professional development of your staff so we could do these things. It's just something to consider. I'm not saying that what we need to do right now, you know, I'm voting yes for this, but it's just a concern that I have because the dollars keep adding up. We're close to what we could be. I'm just guessing this might be the same amount, $300,000. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Trenier?
Thank you, Madam Executive. That actually was my question. I know that Board Member Coleman kind of opined what she thought the RFP cost was, but I didn't hear anybody confirm that. And I'm talking about the RFP for the asbestos, and then, you know, what would be the cost for this one? Again, I understand we don't have the knowledge, experience in-house, and if somebody had related all the things you just said this morning to me when we were voting to tear down the courthouse, I can tell you there might have been some different votes, because it is going to be difficult to tear it down. It is going to be expensive to tear it down, and it might have been better that we not had taken that vote. And maybe we wouldn't have if we would have had additional information. But I would like to know what the cost was for the RFP, because I think that's what Board Member Coleman's initial question was.
For this RSP?
No, for the.
We'll have to come back and get you that night because we don't have, yeah.
Oh, you
For this-
found
okay,
it?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Okay, all right.
I just want to make sure for sure you got your answer. Thank you.
County Board Member Ogalla.
This is the work that needs to be done so that we can get the right bids in for the type of demo that we have to have because of the location of the facility and everything like that. And it would then leave the property in a state that if at some point in the future, the county board decided that we should build an executive building there and then repurpose this building, it would be left in such a state that we could do that. Thank you.
He said that's correct for the viewers at home. County, but are you going to have questions for Dave? You're not escaping. Get over here. Yeah. County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So, Dave, I'm trying to understand this. So we've got one item, and this is for payment to the architect, correct?
This is for a contract award to an architectural/engineering firm to prepare bid documents so
Okay.
that we can release them and have demolition contractors come back with apples to apples bids for building demolition.
Okay, so it says that in the contract, in the text, it says a minimum compensation. So does that mean that number can go up? And how high can it go?
Well, it's based on a percentage of the overall cost of the project, the demolition, the cost of the work in contractual terms. Right now, that dollar figure that has been used, that we use for purposes of this contract, is $2,700,000 as a potential or as an estimated cost to demolish the building, okay? The $168,000 fee that you see in the document itself is predicated on the rate of, I want to say, 6%, 6.25% of that amount to become their minimum fee, okay? If the building project, if it comes in more, they could potentially ask for additional dollars. I don't think that they will. We have an existing relationship with this architectural firm, Kluber and Associates. They were the ones who did the health department, as you know. And so I don't foresee that happening, but that's how we negotiated the deal.
What could create the cost to demolish the building to rise?
Well, the $2.7 million estimate is based upon some information that we assembled years ago with escalation factors, adjusting the price upward, okay? There's certainly all kinds of things that could come into play, but at the same time, it could come in less. And I'm thinking that's going to come in less than 2.7. So, but that's
Well, I hope you're right.
I hope I am too.
In a section below that, 11.4, it says that there's also compensation for additional services from the architect's consultants, plus 15%. Do we have a general idea of what that number will be?
Well, we would, if we were to utilize the architect for additional services. I'll give you a prime example of what that could mean, okay? Let's say that the building is raised, okay? We establish a rough grade, and the city of Joliet comes in and says, hey, you know, you've got to do A, B, C, and D. You know, what about sidewalks? What about lighting? What about public safety? So forth and so on. What about drainage? All of these things that affect the city systems that we may need to do some additional engineering for beyond what is being put together now. I don't foresee any of that, but if we were to ask Kluber and Associates to develop, you know, engineering solutions for us beyond the demolition of the building itself and you know, the site after the building's gone, then, you know, of course, that would be a decision to amend their contract. And it would comply with the hourly rates of the professionals that are involved, and I think there's a rate sheet in the contract itself, and with the markups for overhead.
I think, I recall there were several things that came up with the RNG plant that weren't.
Wait, let's, you
thought
guys,
of.
we're going kind of into committee format here too. Is there any follow-up
Yeah.
questions regarding this? So right now, what you're doing is approving a contract to go out to bid. It has nothing to, it's not the actual destruction. I guess, is there any other clarifying questions that we need to help you make this decision? Yeah, okay, press your button. Thank you.
Press a button. All right, I probably missed it. How many companies did you put this out to bid for? That's all I want to know.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Was this the lowest and best, or was this like,
Yes, it was.
okay, the lowest and best?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and how many did you put out?
We put it out
referrals?
for anybody who had the proper experience and qualifications and personnel to assemble the bid documents. So anybody that was interested in working with us on that had the ability to submit a proposal or response to the
How many
RFP.
submitted?
2.
Oh, okay, and so, gotcha.
Okay, so we had a motion, do we have a second? We must have had a second. County, yep. Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. No.
Was that a no?
Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogella.
21 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Am I on? Okay. That sums up everything we have this month for capital improvements. Our next meeting will be February 7th, 2023 at 10 a.m. in this building. Thanks.
Sorry, folks, we're going to take about a 5-minute recess before you start. Okay, very good, maybe 6. All right, thank you. Okay, well, welcome back. Thank you for that. We are moving on to Executive Committee. Chair Ogala.
Thank you, Madam Executive. First item on our agenda today is I would like to make a motion to open public hearing for amendments to the Will County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 41, Purchasing Code, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Pretzel. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich.
Yes.
Trainier. Dean Schlottman.
Yes.
Van Dyne.
Yes.
Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
Yes.
22 affirmative. We are now in public hearing. Please be advised, absolutely no new evidence or information will be allowed once the public hearing is closed. So is there anyone here to speak in regards to Will County Code of Ordinance, Chapter 41 in our purchasing code? Anyone? Okay. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Revis. Can we have to do a roll call to close too? Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes.
Sorry. Balich.
I said yes.
Sorry, I wasn't
I
on.
heard you this time. You didn't hear me.
Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
Yes.
22 affirmative. The public hearing is now closed.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, Resolution 2320, amending the Will County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 41, Purchasing Code. I'd like to make a couple comments before we, can I make comments or we need to do motion first?
We need to do, we would have to do a motion
Motion
and then
first.
second, then you can do your discussion, yeah.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Mitchell. Any discussion? You're on, so go ahead.
I'm on, that's right, thank you. So when we had the purchasing code come forward, we had a lot of things going on this month. It seemed like it just slipped by. And then finally, I was informed, because I was busy with my granddaughter in the hospital last week, that just, took away a lot of time of mine. So anyway, I was informed that this code changes were to update wording and put in some other things that needed to be done to make it gender neutral, things like that. So, but then I noticed that under the duties of the county executive, authority and duties, under the duties section, current ordinance reads, in accordance with this ordinance, subject to the supervision of the Will County Board and assigned the Will County Board, the county executive shall. And then I noticed in the new proposed ordinance changes that the first part of that sentence is stripped and just said the county executive shall. So I'm going to ask for a motion to remand this back to committee for further discussion.
Second.
Motion by Ogala to remand, seconded by Balich. Any discussion on that? County Board Member Freeman. Oh, I thought you said you had a, I'm sorry, I thought you were.
I was
All right,
good.
is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call, this is a vote to remand back to committee. Yeah, I think so. I don't see.
Balich.
Yes.
Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
Yes.
22 affirmative.
22 affirmative, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 3, Resolution 2321, setting compensation ranges for exempt positions in the Supervisor Assessment's Office, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Trinier. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Van Dyne, seconded by Ballage. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 4, Resolution 2322, authorizing contribution to United Way, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Winfrey. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Pretzel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Item number 5, Resolution 2323, acquisition of property for DuPage River Flood Mitigation Project, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Dean Schlotman. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Revis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 6, Resolution 2324, authorizing IGA with Joliet Regional Port Authority for access to the countywide radio system, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Dean Schlotman. Seconded by Berkowitz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 7, Resolution 2325, authorizing the IGA with Beecher Fire Protection District for access to the countywide radio system, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Mueller. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Dean Schlotman, seconded by, I heard somebody, I don't know who it was. Ballage. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 8, Resolution 2326, authorizing IGA with Creed Township Fire Protection District for access to the countywide radio system, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Butler. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 9, Resolution 2327, authorizing emergency procurement of an additional liquid natural gas vaporizer in support of operations of the Will County RNG plant, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Freeman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 10, Resolution number 2328, award of hazardous waste management services at RNG plant, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala,
Previous
seconded Ballage. Previous roll call by Trinier, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 11, Resolution 2329, authorizing an IGA with Fountaindale Public Library District for a ballot drop box for the upcoming April 2023 consolidated election, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Costa. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 12, Resolution 2330, authorizing an IGA with Wheatland Township for a pilot fire extinguisher recycling program, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call. Richmond, seconded by Logan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 13, Resolution number 2331, authorizing an IGA with the Village of Homer Glen for a one-day household hazardous waste drop-off event for 2023, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Ballage. Previous roll call by Logan, seconded by Parker. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 14, Resolution 2332, adoption of successor collective bargaining agreement with the County of Will and Ask Me Council 31, Local 1028, for executive branch and LPNs, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala,
Previous
seconded
Ballage.
by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Ballage, seconded by Logan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 15, Resolution 2333, correcting a scrivener's error on Resolution number 22-287, authorizing the county executive to execute a contract for the purchase of the property of the Children's Advocacy Center, that's a hard word I'm saying this morning, in Crest Hill. So you should know that the contract here showed the correct amount, but the resolution showed a different amount. So this is just correcting that so our paperwork is accurate. And I so move.
Motion
Ballard.
by Ogala, seconded by Ballard. Previous roll call by Coleman, was it? Seconded by Richmond. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 16, Resolution 2334, authorizing an amendment to the Will County Retiree Health Insurance Trust Agreement for other post-employment benefits, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 17, Resolution 2335, replacement hire for EMA radio technician, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Mueller.
Previous Ballard.
Previous roll call by Ballard, seconded by Logan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 18, Resolution 2336, replacement hires for Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you. The next executive committee meeting is scheduled for February 2nd, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to executive appointments.
We have to
Need a motion for the executive.
I'm moving on to that.
Pardon me?
I'm moving on to that, appointments
Oh.
by the county executive. I was getting asked some questions,
Sorry.
I apologize. Moving on to appointments by the county executive. Number 1 is executive appointments. This is the appointments to the Board of Health and the CDBG, and I make a motion to accept those appointments.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Parker. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we move on to appointments to the 708 Mental Health Board. We will be doing these appointments individually rather than as a group. I'm going to start with the executive appointment to the 708
Hold on, we have
Board.
someone who wants to, County Board Member Van Dyne.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I believe these 7 names that you have provided are very good candidates, so I would like to make a motion to vote on these 7 individuals as a block.
Is there a second to that? Second Winfrey. Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich?
No.
Trainier?
Yes.
Dean Schlottman?
No.
Van Dyne?
Yes.
Pretzel? Butler? Newquist? Richmond? Parker? Williams? Diaz? Winfrey? Coleman? Logan? Freeman?
Yes.
Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Mueller? Costa? Ogala?
No.
Ten affirmative, 12 negative.
With 12 members voting in the negative, the motion fails.
Thank you. Moving on to number 3, executive appointment to the 708 Mental Health Board, El Costa, and I so move.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by, Trenier. Madam, any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich?
No.
Trainier? Dean Schlottman? Van Dyne? Pretzel? Butler? Newquist? Richmond? Parker? Williams? Diaz? Winfrey? Coleman? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Mueller? Costa? Ogala?
Yes.
16 affirmative.
16 affirmative, the motion carries.
Moving on to number, oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay,
wait, you're not on yet.
You're on now, yeah. Get him.
am I on? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you are.
Okay, I read that ordinance or bill, and it says in there real clear that the chairman of the board should do the appointments. And it doesn't say anything about the county executive. It goes on numerous times saying the board, referencing the board. So that's why I voted against Al, because I don't have a problem with her being on it. I had a problem with the idea that we're supposed, on that one, we're supposed to be doing the appointments. Because I personally looked at the list, and Mark Caucus did, and I don't know if anybody else did, but there isn't too many people that really have experience on boards, or there's nobody actually where I would say I want them to handle $8-9 million at a crack. So, again, that's why I say no, but I think that we need to look into, we need a legal opinion from the state's attorney, a written one, that before we move forward on who actually has the authority in this case to do it, because I get the county, the executive law for all that stuff. I get it. But in this case, it says over and over again, the chairman of the board. And it doesn't refer to the county executive. So with that being said, that's what my problem is. So like all of them, I would be a no on.
Okay.
For that reason.
Okay, so let's let Mary address your
But I would
question, whether who
request
has the
a written
authority.
legal opinion as opposed to just a opinion from Mary. I love you, Mary, but I would prefer to have a written document where we can take it and get legal advice about it also. So this affects everybody in the room here, and so we have to make sure that we're not doing stuff just because it's I believe that you see it in paper, that's good. It might be true, might not be true. So you have to analyze it and look at it real clearly. And that's why I'm questioning it, because it says so many times in that document, chairman of the board or chairman.
So let me-
one or the other, and you're the county executive, which is a big difference. So that's why I want a legal written opinion so I can analyze it, not just listen to something and then try and decipher it 2 hours from now, and I won't get the right answer because I messed up something that Mary said. I want to actually have both sides of the aisle here be able to come up with an answer. So with that, I'm making that motion to get a legal opinion before we move forward on what I just said.
So then are you making a motion to table this?
Yes. For now.
We have a motion to table the appointment to the 708 board. Second, Dean Schlottman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Sorry, I keep playing with you. Oh, hold on, we gotta turn some people off. Yeah.
Balich.
Yeah.
Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
With 11 tied, I vote no. With,
It just doesn't seem right that the person that made the appointments would be able to break the tie.
Yeah, well, South State statute says it, sorry. So with 12 members voting no, we will continue the process. So, yeah. County Board Member Mitchell?
How about any clarification from the state's attorney's office? on
About
this
whether
matter?
or not we can break a tie?
No,
I mean,
on the,
would you like,
on the
well,
matter
that
that
wasn't his
was put
question.
forth by
That
ballot.
wasn't his question. His question was.
I'm
he
putting the
wanted
question
to-
forward now. I'm putting the question forward.
What's your question?
I would like to have I'll take a verbal explanation of what
I don't ever know.
I don't think I'm-
There we go.
no,
Thank
I'm
you.
not.
No, there.
I'm sorry, and one more thing. So, and before you do, I'm looking at the statute. I agree with County Board Member Ballich. It does say chairman of the governing body. We are the governing body. Democrats, Republicans, on both sides of the aisle, we are responsible for this. And you were very specific on the day that everybody was sworn in, that Judy Ogalla was, or whoever it is, whoever the chairman is, the new term chairman. So that will be the new term. That will be the new term. So you're very specific in that. It used to be leader or speaker, and you can't use that anymore. It's now chairman. And you're very specific in saying that. So,
I was.
And with that, it says in the statute that the chairman of the governing body is to make the selection. It was the mayor, it said each one. At the time this was written, we only had either the county executive form of government, or we had the regular, same one that Cook County had, for instance. So it's either county executive or president of the board, right? So those are the two things, the two titles.
No, so I was made aware of this issue late last night, and we did take the time to review it. I have discussed this with the state's attorney and others in the civil division, and it does go to the language that you are speaking of. It does not say chairman of the county board, which is a title of art in the statute. It says chairman of the governing body. Now, when you're dealing with statutory interpretation, it is not creative writing. We do not use synonyms to make it interesting. It is very important that if you mean something, you use the same term. So when the legislature uses a different term, then the assumption is they meant something different. So you are correct. In other parts of the statute, it does say chairman of the county board, and in those cases, depending on when the legislation is passed, because that also factors in to this issue, because once the county executive statute was passed, there were enumerated powers and duties given to the county executive. Nevertheless, we are focusing on the exact terminology of the statute, and when you're talking about the governing body, it means something other than the board. And in a county executive form of government, the governing body is not the county board alone. They also depend upon the county executive. They can pass nothing without at least input from the county executive. She can veto something and the county board could override it, but the initial legislation has to go to the county executive. So the governing body encompasses both the executive and legislative branches in Will County. As such, it is the presiding officer, the chair, by definition, is the presiding officer at the meetings, and that would be the county executive.
County Board Member Berkowitz?
Yes, so again, my biggest concern is the input. We have a governing body, but we have two entities working together, county executive and the county board. I don't believe that there was any participation from the county board side to get to this point. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This is your participation now. This is, you get the, yeah.
And so this is our opportunity to share with you our concerns. And so
Yeah.
I encourage everyone to do that.
I'm going to say this right now, I will take concerns in general. I will not let you talk, we will not speak to individuals. So you can make concerns in the process, on the vote, but we are not talking about individuals. Thank you.
I agree. So my biggest concern is the fact that we have a board with, and you indicated that every member that you want to appoint on that board is going to be able to vote to distribute and determine the amount of money that an applicant receives. That's a big concern for me, for accountability in multiple ways. And my concern is that we have one board member that you selected, I don't know what the criteria was, and that board member is going to be voting and participating, and that's not balanced. For me as a taxpayer and a resident, that's not balanced. So for that reason, I don't support this. I read the statute. There's even more reasons why I don't support this. We're creating another beast, government beast, unchecked. Reading these item J, and it gets progressively worse. So I would just, if we can make comments, why is there only one county board member on the board? And I would propose that we have a second representing each caucus. Thank you.
And you know, statute limits how many county board members you can have on the 708 board. Yeah. So why don't you just say that? I think I've answered it with there. So county board member Butler. That's why can be only one.
So back to Steve's address, and as I understand, you said that there's two governing bodies. So when it speaks, there's two groups, the legislative and the executive, that form the legislative body. So the fact that one of those groups was not involved in the nominating, you know, is that following statute? I mean.
Yeah, because the statute specifically provides that it's one person that makes the appointment. So whether it would be, under your theory, that it would be the chairman of the county board, or whether it's the county executive, they still bring forward the appointment. And it's up to you now to vote on whether you agree with that appointment that's been brought forward or not. So that is your participation. That doesn't mean you can't ask questions about the individuals. I would say if we are going to get into a discussion of the individual qualifications, then it is my recommendation that you go into executive session. You should not do that in public session.
County board member Coleman.
I'd like to make a motion to put the remaining 6 people in a block so we can vote for this and.
Already been voted on.
Yeah,
The remaining 6, we can't do it?
I think it's already been voted on.
Okay. I'm being told no, Natalie.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, though. County board member Ogala.
Thank you. So, Mary, I just need clarification here. So when we talk about the chairman in this scenario, it's actually speaking about the county executive, although I'm the chairman of this county board. So what is the distinction between the two when it repeatedly refers to the governing body of the county board? In one situation, it does say that one member of the governing body may be on this board, which would be, we're looking at L in this case. Mm-hmm. So it's very conflicting because it's like the governing body is the county board. That's why we're appointing L. But the chairman is not the chairman. The chairman is actually, of the governing body, is actually the county executive.
Well, as I said, we have to assume that governing, I don't know that the fact that L was chosen precludes the executive from being part of the definition of governing body, just because she was chosen.
So where's the definition of governing body
Well,
at?
I don't know that there's a definition of governing body, but under the principles of statutory construction, I have to assume it's something other than chairman of the county board, because chairman of the county board is a term of art. It is used elsewhere in the statute. They chose to use a different terminology here. They used the terminology chairman of the governing body. So why did they use a different terminology? The only thing I can think of is because they wanted to encompass other, more than They didn't want to get into a kind of a fumbling verbiage where they're talking about a president of a county board or an executive under executive form of government, a chairman under the township form of government, and rather than listing all of those, they simply put chairman of the governing body. I don't know, but they used a different terminology, so under the rules of statutory interpretation, it's something different than just county board.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mary, but they were very specific, actually. They specifically gave the titles for each of the units of government in the statute. It says chairman of the governing body of a county, the mayor of a city, the president of a village, the president of an incorporated town, or the supervisor of a township. So they were very specific in the titles that they gave to each governing body. So, and at the time that this was written, we only, as far as I know, in Illinois, we've only been using either executive or president when referring to.
That's not true.
So so in another county, there's a
Chairman, yes,
There's a
absolutely.
chairman?
In other
Okay.
counties, there were chairmen. It was only
But they
in-
didn't say specific, they were very specific. You were saying
Very
that they.
specific would have been chairman of the county board.
I
That
un-
that is the definition in the section two, I believe it is, under the county's code,
Yes,
where
ma'am.
it sets forth the different forms of government. They are very specific that the title is chairman of the county board.
I understand, but
They didn't use that
as far as
title.
this section is concerned, I'm only addressing what you said to Judy. You were saying they didn't want to go all off into all the different titles and so forth. But
That's
they,
just one
but they did,
explanation
is what
of
I'm
why.
saying.
Well, they did because you're using different government entities.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going into municipalities, townships, other types of government, so those have to be different. But when it came to county, rather than saying chairman of county board or president of county board, all respective of county, they consolidated into chairman of the governing body.
I just find it a bit dubious, like,
So
if we're,
So how would you interpret this for Cook County where they don't have a chairman?
oh, they don't have a chairman at all? I don't know, but we're still not clear. I don't understand why it has to go one way, because it's more convenient. Why can't we just have a clear answer?
I
I don't-
just gave you a clear
No,
answer.
no,
You're just not
I'm sorry.
accepting my answer.
I'm sorry, you did give an answer, but you
Yeah.
said you were not sure what a governing body was. You
No,
said-
no, I mean, well.
You didn't say you weren't sure?
Well, I don't see more than two options here.
Okay.
There is either the governing board body is the county board, or it is the county board as well as the county executive. It can't just be the county board, because we know in other parts of the statute, they are very specific and say chairman of the county board. They did not do that here. So they meant something different. The only other reasonable interpretation that I can think of is that it encompasses the entirety of those who are involved in governing the county, which is a combination of the county board and the county executive. Otherwise, they would have been clear and said the chairman of the county board. They didn't do that.
All right.
I have to
I'm gonna-
defer to you.
Yeah, no, I get, so, again, I mean, I guess I know we need clarifications. We just appointed someone with, with no questions. I do know the statute says that I have appointment powers. It's very clear, so I do understand that. You guys, and like I said, this isn't like this isn't the thing like I like most to do. I've talked to this people, I get it. But there's a two-part process. I've appointed like I've done for the last 2 years. You have the opportunity to say no for whatever reason that you so choose. And we can go through this and you can say, say yes, you can say no. But we are required by law to have this done in 60 days. Next, we will have to come back next week to do this, which is fine. Like I said, I'm here every day. We are able to do this, but this is your voice is your yes or no vote. So again, I just, no, we have to, like I said, we've had this out there. I mean, I find it, it's a little concerning that this is when we just start bringing it up now too as well. So, but Steve, do you have a follow-up question, sir?
the reason that I asked, like Elle, I had no problem when you said she's gonna be appointed to represent the board, because I like Elle, she's fine, but that ain't the problem. The problem is that, you know, after reading this thing, and we had a big argument at our caucus about it, and, you know, on and on, so you read it, and you read it, and then all of a sudden you realize that governing board is a real broad thing, and that's why I said we really need to have a legal opinion, because when you're talking from up here, you're not looking at, you know statute's good, because you're smart, but at the same time, we need to have a written document that we can really read, and we can have other people look at it. I mean, we want to get it done in 60 days, but we don't have to rush just because. And you know what, there's a bunch of people on there that, not a bunch, I think it was 2 or 3, that there were different, they weren't really wanted. And so,
I'm happy to.
I mean, I got no problem if it turns out that the county executive goes along with it, but it still doesn't make sense to me because it's all, the whole stupid thing is convoluted. And when you read it and you actually think about it, it talks about the governing board. Well, you're saying
No, it
the
doesn't
governing
say
board is
governing
like.
board. It says
All right,
governing
well, that's
body.
your interpretation. My
No, that's what
interpretation
it
is the
says.
county board. You know, and I mean, we can go on and on about arguing
we
about the
can.
thing, but when you have a legal opinion, that means somebody researches it and they put statutes in there that define what is a governing board, and everyone knows, then there ain't no problem. It's like real easy. That's the common sense thing to do. End the argument, because it's gonna come up again in the future maybe, if they do. When Springfield made that thing, they sure weren't thinking how they worded it, I'll tell you that right now. Because if they worded it different, they would have said the county executive. They wouldn't have said the chairman. And they wouldn't refer to the chairman of the governing board. They would have been more explicit.
County Board Member Joe Van Dyne.
Thank you. We got an opinion from the state's attorney. It's apparent that not everybody on this board wanted to vote as a block for these individuals, so I'm asking the board to please move forward, vote for each individual. If you don't like the individual, please say no. Let Mary have some time to bring in her written statement, and if it's wrong, then we can redo it, but we only have 60 days, so I would recommend just moving forward. If you don't like the individual, say no. Thank you.
County Board Member Trenier.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I just wanted to point out, because I did ask the question of our Chief of Staff, this was passed in the 60s. County executive form of government didn't come along until the 80s, didn't get voted in Will County until the 90s.
88. So
So I'm sure that that's part of the difference. And we've had these discussions before with various terms that have been used by our county board. I think it would probably behoove us to really write down our real concerns about some of these titles and make it a project for our lobbyists, you know, bring this through the legislative committee, whatever needs to be done to clarify these terminologies throughout the Illinois statute, right? As far as legal opinions, you know, Mary could give one opinion, Kim could give another, Destiny could give a third, you know, if she was an attorney. They're not all going to agree. Legal opinions don't agree across the board. We know that. So, you know, whether we get it in writing next week or next month, or whether we just get an oral one today, I mean, she is our attorney of record, and we don't get to choose anybody else under the statute that guides county government. These appointments are not for a lifetime. That's what I keep reminding myself. These are not lifetime appointments. We will have other opportunities in the future. We do have a list of candidates, and as Board Member Van Dyne said, you know, if you don't like one of them, vote them down. You know, I understand the difference in the terminology. It's been very confusing here in Will County all along. We even changed the term to speaker for a while, thinking that we were doing something, and all we did was make it worse. So we're back to using county board chair, you know, which is not the same as governing body. It's clearly not to me. I understand there's not agreement with that with everybody, but we need to move forward. We can settle that. seriously, take it up in the legislative committee. You know, we can work with our state representatives and get them, you know, down there in Springfield to clarify some of this arcane language. And I'll say archaic language because it's from the 60s and we're now in the 2020s. So, you know, it's been 60 years. They need to fix things, right? So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Yep. County Board Member Newquist. Motion to call the question. Is there a second? Seconded by Winfrey. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. You're on. Call the question. We had a motion second to call the question.
Do they know what they're voting for?
You're voting for whether we just start voting. Right now, you're voting, you're going to vote on whether you just start voting. The discussion ends, and so. Nope, sir, we're calling a roll call. We called the question.
Balich.
Yeah. Steve, yes or no to call the question, sir? Yeah, okay.
Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala. Yes. 22.
22 affirmative. The motion carries. We are going to call the question. We're going to bring it back to Chair Ogala. You can name the next person. We are? Are we? I think we did one. Oh, wait. Oh, on there. Okay, yeah. I thought you meant like number 4 person. Yeah, so, and you've called one person already, so, yeah. You called out, so, yeah. I thought you meant number 4 person. I'm like, I thought I missed something. All right. Okay. Motion for Mr. DeYoung. Is there a second? Second by Van Dyne, sorry. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
I have the 11, right?
11, yep, 11.
Yes. So with 12 members voting in the affirmative, the motion carries. Motion by Ogala, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Van Dyne. Seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next. Yeah, we're on the next one. He did a previous, so you did the roll call. It's the same as the last time, so you voted no. You voted no. Yeah, we have you as no. You did that already. Everyone here, yes, we got you that, yeah. Go ahead, Judy, sorry. Moved by Ogala, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Joe Van Dyne, seconded by, would you like a roll call on this one? Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams? Diaz? Winfrey? Coleman? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Mueller? Costa? Ogala? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 affirmative.
15 affirmative, the motion carries. Motion by Ogala, seconded by Winfrey. Madam, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala. 18. 18 affirmative, the motion carries. Motion by Ogala, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala.
14 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Motion by Ogala, seconded by Mueller. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Mueller. Costa. Ogala. 14 again? 14.
14 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Sorry, with 14 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Chair Ogala? Is it- Okay. Thank you, all right. All right, now we're going to move on to public comment. I think we have one public comment here.
This is from Gia Norini. Regarding the ARPA grant, in the grant guidelines and program framework packet published and distributed by Will County, applicants were informed that approval of projects by the executive committee would occur on or by January 12, 2023, and notification and sub-recipient agreements would be issued on or by January 16, 2023. Today is January 19, 2023, and it appears no one has been informed of the approval of any applied for projects. Can the executive committee please comment on the status on this matter, provide reason for this delay, and provide a reasonable time frame for when applicants can expect to hear about any potential funding from this grant?
Thank you. Just so you know, we will make sure we respond to her in email. Before we move on to county board comments, I do want to take this time this is where we give each county board member 3 minutes to talk about what they're interested, but I want to take the time now to talk about one of our staff members. I think it's a good opportunity to start recognizing some of the things that the good people around here do. And so I'm going to point out my friend Jennifer Sharp over there. Jennifer used to be behind here at the operation manager. She was kind enough to go over to records management about 1.5 years ago. I think she's tried to retire like 3 times, and we keep asking her to hold on. I don't know if you remember, for many of you who've been here, we talked about at one time getting a whole new building in records management. We just read in the paper, it would cost us millions of dollars. We had to purchase a new building. We had to move thousands of boxes, order specialized machinery, we're outsourcing. So I just want to share some of the things that Jennifer did since she took that role nearly 2 years ago. There was an excessive buildup of records that were not destroyed from a period of over 10 years. State law allows most government records to be disposed of after a certain amount of time. Jennifer led her team to eliminate the backlog. Nearly 22,000 boxes of records were shredded, going back as far as 2013. She also led the department in several efficiencies, creating a system for organizing and tracking records in the warehouse. It's all computerized now. Modernizing how records are logged through coordination with our friends at ICT, utilizing an electric database system to log records. We previously still had paper system. She modernized our print shop, and I think our clerk can just attest to this. They worked together just last week, and something that she outsourced for years we're able to do here on 9 in-house, just because when she was asked, Jennifer didn't say no. She said, yes, we're going to figure it out. So the new printing and production machines, reducing monthly maintenance cost of saving about $6,500 a month. So we're now printing at a much higher volume and servicing more county officers. The records management department worked hard over the last 2 years, and the building is almost unrecognizable. So for those of you who went in there before, you really need to go see it now, compared to how it was now, since Jennifer has taken over. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank Jennifer for the work that she has done. So thank you, Jennifer. Go ahead, Ms. Agala.
Thank you. I know that records department was a disaster, but I do have a question. What was the verification process to determine which packages, bundles, whatever got destroyed and which ones did not get destroyed? Right. So if some got destroyed wrong or some should have been destroyed and weren't destroyed, how do we know that?
Yeah, there's a process. Jen, you want to really quick come and tell the process for doing this? Yeah, it's all by state law, what we can do and what we cannot do. But I'll let you show your knowledge here, sorry. And then we'll do it after, sorry. I didn't mean for it to turn into a question and answer. Right?
We have a process that is through all the departments in Will County, and we make sure that when anybody is sending over their archive records to us, it depends on if we want to have it permanent or, if we have to save it for 2 years, 7 years, 10 years. And so we go through the state. I went through the state with all those guidelines because I knew a little bit about it, but I really wanted to learn more before we even started shredding. So the state was wonderful in helping us with the guidelines. So we would talk to the departments. They would write up the paperwork and decide, what they wanted to have shredded. And then from there, we'd go to the state. And then they would make that claim that we could shred them, and then we would shred them. And so it goes in by volume or boxes. So like if one department has 20 boxes, then we have to send in all the all the information in those 20 boxes to make sure that, you know, those are the boxes that we're able to shred.
The first time that I've been on the board that I've heard of this happening, so it's good to know what the process is, so.
So, and then also, you know what, since I'm going to be staying for a little bit longer, we're going to be, so that's what we're going to work on next is the applications, and I'm going to be actually visiting. I'm probably going to take a couple of the staff members with, and could I just introduce you to my staff? They, especially these 4, they help me so much, and I'm not kidding, every day, once, stand up. And so it's Jacob, stand up, Missy, Felipe, and Anna. And they were very instrumental because if you would have seen it, and I know that at one time, Mitch Shaven, who was the chief of staff before Mike, he came over and he was like, well, how are you ever even gonna do this? He was just floored at and it looked like almost like hoarder. And so, you know, I said, I'm doing this. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna do it. And I know like the second or third day, I would be like, oh my gosh, how am I gonna do this? And it was just, you know, probably getting the priorities straight. It wasn't just starting to shred. We just had to get out, you know, everything in order again and just have some kind of order to the place, you know. So we kind of started on the inside of the, you know, of the print shop and just kind of worked our way out. You know, I had the maintenance guys coming over painting. They re-scrubbed, you know, like the floors and everything, and it just really started to look, you know, new again. So then that's when we went out to the, you know, to the outside and decided, yeah, there's major shredding that, you know, could be done. And we had a lot of the applications already approved. And just to be sure, we even went back to the departments and made sure, you know, that we were able to do that, so.
Thank you, Jennifer. Sure. Thank you. Oh, for her? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you're there.
Thank you.
And this brings back a memory, and I'm just going to throw it out. Maybe you'll know the answer. About a year ago, maybe a little longer, we had a guy work for Land Use, Dean Olson.
Yes.
And when he left, I wanted certain documents from him, and nobody could find nothing because his office, I guess, was in disarray or whatever, you know. And then, you know, after 6, 7, 8, 9, I just thought about it right now. I forgot that when you brought up records, I think I remember when I asked for stuff, and I don't even remember what I asked for. It was probably manifest or something like that. But you guys have stuff archived with based on names, so that if I ever remember what it was, I'll be able to go there and say, I need this document from Dean Olson from whatever year.
Well,
I'm just asking because I don't want to torture you. You're a good person.
He's asking, do you have like when someone retires or goes away, do you have them filed by employees? We don't scan like you don't.
Well, just personal files, but if there's something, you know, from the department that you're looking for, we certainly will try.
All right.
Oh.
Steve, we're going to set you up with Jennifer so you can find out. Yeah.
You can
All
come
right.
over
So should we
anytime.
move? You have another you have a question or you want to move? Okay. Go ahead. Never good.
Okay, so I have another question. What were the oldest documents like that you guys had in that room that have been hanging around for a long time? Do you know that?
Do you guys, can you think of something?
Yeah, one that was shredded. Okay, so it wasn't really, really old documents that got shredded.
Oh, no. They had already had the applications in. It was ready for disposal. They just weren't.
They just
They
weren't
just were not.
shredded.
It's not old documents or anything like that. No. There's so many, I know that the county executive can attest to this. There's so many cool books over there and just really neat documents that, those will never be touched. There's just a lot of things over there that I don't think people even realize that we have. Like, I know that, like, when the jail first opened, they have signatures of, all the inmates, like, from, I don't know, like, 19-something, it's just really, like, the 1900s, it's really, yeah.
So one final thing, if I might. So then each department per se might have, like, I'm sure that the clerk's office has to keep things a lot longer than per se other offices. So every different office of elected official or department within the executive's branch would have a certain amount of time that they would have to keep certain documents, and that's specified. And you guys verify that something didn't come across inaccurately. Do you know that, or not really?
No, not until the departments, if they send it over to us, then.
No, that's what I mean, once you guys get it.
Oh, yes, yeah. And so then when we get it, we either store it for, how long it's necessary, or, for instance, county clerk is having some issues, with ballots, I think from 2020. And there's, I don't know how many pallets, probably about 15 to 20 pallets that we were getting ready to shred, and they said, no, hold back. So now we have, we're just waiting for approval on that. So
Okay.
we're always talking with the departments before we do, anything. So it's pretty, and then especially with this new database, it's really, we scanned every box in with all the content sheets, and we barcoded every one of them.
Oh, so everything that you shredded had been previously scanned in?
Yeah, some of it. Once we got this database
I know,
in
we
place.
just-
A
I know
lot
we didn't
has
have it.
not. A lot has not, but now, it'll pop right up on the, on this database. Okay, 60 days, you have to, contact this department, and then we'll shred.
Okay, thank you.
From there, so, okay.
Thank you. Jennifer's very excited about her job. You can tell. She likes to talk about it, yeah, but thank you again. All right. So now we'll move on to county board members. If you have spread, and we will go around. So you have 3 minutes based on your rules, 3 minutes to Freeman, County Board Member Freeman.
Thank
You're
you.
up.
January is National Human Trafficking Prevention Month. This is an important time to reflect on the resilience of trafficking survivors and recognizing the efforts of those who work tirelessly to prevent and eliminate this inhumane and devastating form of abuse and exploitation. There is no profile of a trafficked person. Trafficking affects people from all economic classes, racial and ethnic identities, and sexual orientations. However, human trafficking disproportionately impacts Indigenous, people of color, LGBTQIA+ communities. In 2021, the National Human Trafficking Hotline reported that human trafficking is the second largest crime industry in the world. It is the fastest growing activity of transnational criminal organizations. 65% of the victims were recruited on the internet, and in Illinois there were 267 cases. DoSomething.org reported in 2018 that 52% of all U.S. cases involved children. The average age of a teen enters the sex trade at the age of 12 to 14. The Department of Interior Office of Law Enforcement and Security's Victim Assistance Program is bringing attention to the heightened vulnerability of persons with disabilities of trafficking victimization. These individuals are often overlooked as potential victims and may not know how to seek help. The rate of violent victimization in non-fatal crimes such as rape, assault, and robbery against people with disabilities is more than 4 times the rate of persons without disabilities. According to the U.S. Department of State, we can do something. We can learn the indicators of human trafficking and the tactics of their recruiters. We can be an informed consumer. We can become a mentor to a young person or someone in need. We can support anti-trafficking efforts in our community, and we can use and share the National Human Trafficking Hotline. And you have been provided those copies on your desk, and there are more on the back side of the room as well. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Pretzel.
Thank you, Madam Executive. New year, new board, new economic forecast, and a nice new tax with this referendum for the Mental Health Board. Last year, I drafted a resolution to repeal the Will County motor fuel tax. It never made its way to an agenda. I'm going to redraft it with a new idea, hoping to gain some additional traction on this one, where we eliminate just 1 penny from the motor fuel tax each year for the next 4 years, or however long it takes to completely remove that tax from the residents of Will County. It's, to me, no surprise that the states with the highest taxes are the states that are losing the most people. And I think it would be a real nice treat and a good faith effort by this board to the residents of Will County if we can find a way to give them that money back. So I'm hoping to gain the support of at least 11 of you as I push this in 2023. I'm the 12th. I'm going to be a yes. Thank you.
County Board Member Parker.
I just wanted to say I'm glad we were able to vote on the appointments individually. I think it was important. As you could see, the votes fluctuated, so people voted for various reasons, why, however they voted. So I just thought it was important, so thank you for that.
Any other county board member? The lead to our leaders. Leader Trenier.
She called me, didn't she?
No.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. How's that? I just recently destroyed 39 cubic feet of records that have been hanging around our township office, so landfills are going to get full of paper here. I just wanted to mention there is an event on Thursday night next week, January 26th, from 6 to 10 p.m. They're meeting in Joliet. It is called the Annual Point in Time. Our Will County Continuum of Care is organizing this. It involves getting out there and counting the homeless people throughout our county, and we do have them. Even in some of the more affluent areas, I know in our own area, we have a gentleman who stores his stuff in a garbage bin behind our township shed. And that's where he keeps his things that he can pull out at night that he needs to sleep in. They are all over our county. So this would be a really important event that we could attend and perhaps help the organization make sure that people are counted and found. And then secondly, I just wanted to mention a press release, and of course the minute I go to do it, that was issued yesterday. Landmarks Illinois and Courthouse Preservation Partnership issued a request for qualified developers and architectural firms to share their potential reuse visions for the former Will County Courthouse. I know there was a vote to demolish it in 2019, but that was 4 years ago. And 4 years ago, honestly, I don't think there was anybody in the community, and certainly not on this board, that was out there trying to see if this building could be repurposed. I value architecture, even ugly architecture. I would consider myself a world traveler and experienced with other countries where they don't just tear everything down every 5 minutes. Things have been in place for hundreds and hundreds of years in many other countries. It's just in our country we seem to consider everything disposable. We build it that way and treat it that way. But that courthouse is really not disposable, as we heard from one of the staff members from the county executive's office today. It is going to be very difficult to tear that down, very noisy and very dirty. Which also is one of the reasons why we had to remove the asbestos. So I hope this group, which certainly isn't the county board, but I hope this group, the Courthouse Preservation Society, our historical group, finds somebody that wants to repurpose our courthouse and brings them to us so that we could potentially reconsider our decision. But I hope that you review the press release. It'll probably be in the Joliet Herald. But if not, I have asked staff if they would share it with everybody here on the board. Other than that, hey, what a great January. Nice meeting. We're going to finish maybe before 2 o'clock. Hope you brought a snack. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader Balich?
I'm just glad that this meeting's over.
Me too.
I like the idea that it's a very spirited meeting. We all have no argument, and everyone leaving, yesterday voted the same way I would have, because I don't like them stupid cameras. Because to me, it's government, big government spying on me, I don't like it. That's why she don't vote for it, but I voted for it because it's the city's money. So who am I to tell a city what to do? So this, but I think it's pretty cool that we have, ideologies that are a little different, but the same at the same time. And I don't want to pick on you, and that's what is, you might have figured, but you know what? I read stuff and I analyze it, and then I go to church and get Holy Communion, then I think about it again, and then guess what? I come up with a good answer. So that's what happened with this thing. I read it, and then I read it again. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, before the meeting, because I think to myself, okay, I'm gonna say something, because I don't think it's correct. And so whenever we don't think something's correct, we need to speak out. And it don't matter if everyone don't like it or not, we have to speak out. If you don't speak out, then you're not doing your job. Like Frankie's talking about gas tax. He needs to speak out, and he is.
All right, so Julie, you did this last time too. Yeah, you're supposed to do it when the county board member, you're always, once Jackie or Steve starts, we're done. So when I say county board members, hit it. So we're gonna give it to you, Julie, twice.
Take a quick minute, thank our law enforcement officers, first responders, everyone out there every day, 24 hours a day, making sure that we have safety and the quality of life that we take for granted every day. These are the people behind the scenes. And to reinforce that, yesterday I picked my car up at the mechanic. And Steve, I'm going to convince you yet. My mechanic informed me that one of the cars sitting there was a Hyundai. We made a comment, oh, yeah, do you park that outside? It might disappear. And he said, actually, I just got this car this morning. This car in Will County had been carjacked. The owner of the vehicle, a nurse, a group of men, apparently 4 men, followed her to her job. She's a nurse. When she entered her work, they broke the window, took the car, drove over to a local Jewel, filled up a couple carts full of liquor, loaded up the car, and then drove the car to Chicago where they abandoned it. Thanks to these cameras and our law enforcement, within 6 hours they had that vehicle back. That's what's going on. Those are the things that we do not see, and those are the things we need, whether it's a carjacking, a missing child, somebody abducted. That's the reason. And so I cherish my personal confidentiality, but there are reasons, and I believe I have the faith that it's being put to the right use. And this is yesterday, that example, I could touch it. It was sitting right there. So just want to share that. I'm going to try to convince you yet, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing I wanted to say regarding Frankie Pretzel's comment is that he did talk about bringing a resolution forward regarding the gas tax. We have a whole lot of people here that are new. They weren't around when the gas tax got voted on, so we will bring that resolution forward so that we can have that conversation and people can make the decision on how they might want to support that or not. I want to thank Micah, who brought up this very important topic of human trafficking. When I chaired Public Health and Safety years back, I did bring someone who's an FBI agent who lives in Frankfurt, and she did speak before us. And at that time, I don't even think we were really talking about human trafficking, and I know that members of the Public Health and Safety Committee were like, wow, I didn't know that was happening here in Will County, and there is nowhere that's safe from something like that. I would also like to make a comment regarding the 708 board and all the questions that happened. I believe the difference here is that a lot of the appointments that the county executive gets to make are to various different boards. Some are taxing units, some are not. This being a brand new taxing unit, the appointments were questioned more because it's a brand new taxing unit that we have. That'll be a new line item on everybody's property bill. And so I think it was important for have those questions out there. It's important for all of us to understand that sometimes when the voters vote, they're not fully understanding the implications that might happen. And also I think that sometimes that the voters may not understand what our county health department does. And I know with our new chair of public health and safety that she will be getting into different things and programs that the public health department does so that people can understand that. Another thing I'd like to make a comment on is regarding the old courthouse. Removing asbestos has to be done no matter what happens. If asbestos exists, we got to get rid of it. Somebody has to get rid of it because it's not safe. Nobody knew that years ago, but now we do. I would also like to say thank you to everyone on the county board for trying to do the best job you can working all these hours that we do. My leadership, of course, working together to try and get things done to work as a whole. Being a 50-50 board, it's very important, I believe, that we do that. I think it's very important that when we make a comment that we will say yes or no or support something or not support something, that we do stick with that we don't change at the time of the vote. And finally, I'd like to discuss Senate Bill 1015. So while this new board was getting seated and we were, I'm gonna talk, Jennifer. So while this new board was getting seated and the new leadership team came in, you can turn it off, Jennifer, if you want. If you think that's appropriate for you to turn it off to talk about something that's going on in Springfield, you may do that you had a part of. So while this new board was getting seated, new leadership was taking place, we had people in our department here that had to be replaced. We did a lot of interviewing. While all that's going on, down in Springfield, legislation's moving forward for Senate Bill 1015. And I want everyone here to understand the fact that our current county executive will not always be the county executive. That there will be a time that that person might be a Democrat, might be a Republican, might be a Green Party, I don't know, but that can change. We need to make sure that the legislation that goes forward is good for everybody. And
I'm going to call a
the
point of
checks
order
and
now.
balances, the checks and balances
You have your
are in
rules, you
place.
make your rules.
The checks and balances that are in place.
So. Motion to go into executive session. Motion by Mueller, seconded by Van Dyne. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Balich? Trainier? Dean Schlottman? Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman.
Hold on. Sorry, we need a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of collective bargaining. And what would,
Do you want me to start over?
you have to start over, sorry. Motion Mueller, seconded by Van Dyne.
Balich. Trainier. Dean Schlottman. Van Dyne. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Richmond. Parker. Williams. Diaz. Winfrey. Coleman. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz.
All right, so I need a motion. Motion, motion by Trenier, seconded by Freeman. Can we do, even though it was a roll call, can we do it previous roll call? Previous roll call by Berkowitz, second by Revitz, all in okay, okay. All in favor, yes, with one no, thank you. That's right. We need a next one? The deputy. Motion by Trenier, seconded by Mitchell. Previous roll call by Revis. You're yes with that one? Okay. Previous roll call by Revis, seconded by Winfrey with the with the yes by Williams this time. Are you've yes? Okay, very good. All right. Anything else? That's all good? Okay. I'm just going to make a really quick statement here because then we can get out of here. Just so folks know, I really do my best to keep order here and follow the rules that you set in. You can look at me and tell me I'm a crazy, power-hungry beast, and I will let you do it, but we're gonna do it within the rules. So I do appreciate that. So I need a motion to adjourn. Adjourned by Winfrey, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.